Good morning, Vietnam and Vietnam Associates. Welcome to another day in the Black Parade that we call stocks. The market is now open, and congratulations to May. I'm going to start putting the winner up at the start of the day. And I love, Daryl, how you like the quote, but you do like everyone else does. We're all equal, except for the Irish, the blacks, those white people that are poor. And you know what? Fuck them too. And those guys and those guys. But them, yep, we're equal. Classic. I'm not racist. I hate everyone equally. No, that still makes you racist. Just very thorough. All right. So yesterday we left with it looking pretty good for a climb. It doesn't mean it's going to be good all day. It is a Friday, but we were leveling out to a good start, and so far so good. Okay. It's going to get the official volume in a second here. So it's saying 5.8 million, but no dice yet. Okay, tools. Cloud. Do. Okay. We ride the Vikings today. Nice. We are crying havoc and let slipping the dogs of war. All right. So we're currently at 13 million volume. That hasn't updated. Okay. Okay, so it's undecided what it's doing right now. It looks like it's going down, but the volume doesn't show commitment. Oh, you get to set the message of the day, May. All right. Where's our breakdown point? And we're in it. It would have been here. If there was any support, it would have been here. And then the next one is these guys, which is now. All right. Let's see what we can do. Nope. Second win, apparently. May corrected me. I thought it was her third. Or is this the third and she was on her second? Maybe I got that wrong. Yeah, I think I got that wrong. Yeah, I think she's on her third now. Yeah. Yeah. So my memory is failing me yet again. All right. So we're looking at if it goes over this white line, we want to buy in. Friends, Zeus? Friends? No. We are bitter rivals on this quest for the love of Lady AMC. There can now be no friends while we fight for her hand. Well, if that's your last message, May, it will be the message of the day. I pin whatever's the last message. Yeah. No friends, only war. Okay, wait for the pushback. Right, no pushback, so I'm going to buy in. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm in. Yeah, the Dow is getting murked. This energy is going to fail. But, damn. But we'll ride it for what it is until it blows up. Yeah, I would buy in on the next red as long as it's over the white line. If it's under the white line, then you don't want to be in. But you're going to have to get out at some point today because that Dow being negative 1% is going to catch up on us. So now you don't want to be in unless this gets pushed back. So if this gets pushed back completely, then you'd buy in. And she's going to go up a bit. So that would probably be a good buy-in point now. Now we're over the line. So it's still looking good. There's a little bit of danger there, but we're pushing back hard. So I think this is going to go. So our next breakout point is here. So we need to get over that dotted line by probably next couple minutes. Still looking good. So eventually we'll burn out all the red, but we're not going down. Once we burn out all the red, then we're going to go up pretty quick. Yeah, I saw the news post that Dr. OK posted. There you go. Case in point to what I was just saying. So now we have to stay above this line. Yeah, the damn. They're like, hey, we got this awesome vaccine. Oh, by the way, it doesn't work. Shotgun loading noise, blast stock. I think you're going to find that all of this FOMO is because people think the witching day is going to happen. So they're going to just pile in like nobody's business, right? And then reality is going to kick in later in the day. But right now, everyone's like, oh, look, it's happening. But it's happening because they're buying in. So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The stock moved because I bought stock. A Ouija board kind of thing, right? You're moving it, and because you move it, it moves. It's like, okay. And then that becomes your evidence. Because the volume is not that high. We're at 29 million. I mean, it's better than the last couple days, but it's not nutso. Oh, probably at 65 it might turn around. You should have got back in there, Zeus. Now it's probably looking about turning around. We got to stay over this white line. If we manage to stay over this white line for the next couple minutes, then you would buy the upswing here. So if the next one's not a big red, I'd get in. As long as this stays the same. If this is a medium green, then the next one's going to probably be a red. If this is a small green, then the next one's going to be neutral. A red here would be good, as long as it's not a big one. So then this is where I'd buy in. It could be turning, right, to crash. But if this gets pushed back, which it just did, right, that shows strength. So then it's probably going to break out like any second to a minute. Yeah, it works 45% of the time. Well, you got to play the delta, right? What you're looking for is a change between A and B. So it's in a bull run. It's not going to last all day. But why it lasts, you can at least make a little bit of coin. Yeah. One of these should be a breakout. Because this line's holding, so far so good. Mm-hmm. Well, see how fast we push it back. If we don't, then I get out, lock in my profits. I think we're still going to try to go up, so this might be just discount buying time. Oh, did May ever give me her thing? No. Got distracted by the stock moving. So if we get over this white line, then that'd be a buy. Yeah, we're still on track. Mr. AMC Borgachev, tear down this support line or resistance line. uh, at least to 65. We've still got a ton of steam. So I'd say give us closer to 10 o'clock, and then we got to start to worry about a slowdown. Yeah, but share count kind of matters, but really it's the delta. If you put in 100K and it goes up $1, you're still getting $1 on your 100K, right? Your money would go further the lower it is, but you're still making the delta. So, all good. Because you can't make money if you're not in the market, but then you can't lose money. So you got to play within your risks. So we're at 42 million now on the volume. Pain is gain as well. We got this. And we got 2 new subs yesterday. Sweet. We're back on track. We can do 1 sub a day. That's decent for us. Baby steps. Well, no, you're comparing $1 change, right? But if you compare a 1% change, 1%'s 1%. As you go up, $1 nets you less percentage, right? But the percentage will be the same. Well, no, it's the delta and movement, right? That's all you care about. So yeah, if you want equal delta, then you're going to need a percentage equal, right? But if you're looking at points movement or dollar movement, you're right. You're absolutely right. But again, yeah, change is change. That's all you care about. If it goes down, that's discount. If it goes up, that's profit taking time. If it doesn't move, you can't make money, right? So now we're looking at possibly going down, unfortunately. We need this to push back. So we showed weakness, red jumped on us. See green push back. Green's pushing back pretty good. Okay, I got out. Just in case red decides to push, I'm just gonna get in there all stealth-like. Yeah, just because red might get us over that line, and then we're gonna do a little bit of a down, and then I'll buy in on the down. Yeah, exactly. All you have to do is sidestep the drops. So. Yeah, 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 exactly. You got it, Howard. Exactly. If it goes sideways, covered calls. Yep, always tomorrow. All right. Why won't it let me pin? Oh, right. Gotcha. Well, think of it as the cost of tuition, right? You're learning. Okay, showing a little weakness here. So now we don't want to buy unless it gets over, say, here. So if it doesn't, Especially if it's under this line, we want to be out. Which I currently am. Okay, good. It's the iron condor, Howard. You're setting up the wrong signal. Yeah, it looks like this. And has a... Wow, that's a really bad drawing of the Iron Eagle, but you got it. Okay. So it's still under the line. So this is like it's struggling before a drop, but if it can get over the line, then we'll look at rebuying it. Yeah, eventually this Dow is going to catch up with us. Like, it's level right now, but it took a hit. So it has to be on for us to lose. So the gapping down doesn't really affect us. It's more of the negativity, but regardless, it's still an issue. Because the Dow going down means portfolios have gone down, which means some AMC has been thrown out. Yeah. But the real effect is, during the day. I think if the market was down considerably, like 2-3%, then it probably would affect us. But our mornings are usually strong, so it would just stunt our roll, basically, not really set us off. But it is a Friday, so we'll play it for what it is. We're going to see if this pushes back to the line. If it does, which it is, we won't touch it. Yeah. Case in point. So we'll need this to go green. All right, I'm going to buy in on a risk here. Oh, some other people beat me to it. I think they're going to try to floor it. Oh, yep. Damn, I got in at a bad price there. I clicked a second too slow. Contractors are having a fight outside. I think this is going to go green. Red had a chance, didn't do it. Green had a chance, didn't do it. So we should drift up to this line. And then we have to watch for the 1030 dip. God damn it, Bobby. Yeah, you would have to keep an open line. But the stock would also be moving so much slower. Be like, okay, buy next time it goes and touches the line. Blah, 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 blah. Like that's, you can't, you'd have to let your broker do it. You couldn't direct your broker, micromanage him. I need to end the turn. I need to end the turn. All right. Yeah, exactly. You probably have a trading confirmation code. Execute order 66. Did you say 69, sir? No, 66. Understood. Liquefy all assets. Okay, we're breaking new lows, so this is going to be a little angry. It might be good news. One time he's going to come out and say, pandemic over. That's going to make the market go up. I wonder how bad the stock market was when in the Trump era. So if this gets crushed, I'm going to have to bail on my position. Damn. We're going for a tumble. Come on, green. Buy that dip. Yeah. It says here on my cue card, we're coming back down, Zeus. Just give it time. But even if you do feel that way, then bet accordingly, right? No point getting hung up or worried about it. If you think it's never coming down, then bet accordingly. I think it's coming down, and I have to bet accordingly, which is not to take any super long positions. Because I don't want to get burnt more than I already have. I can't tell you that. Well, then don't miss out. If it's troubling you every day, play with half your money, a quarter of your money, do whatever. Yeah. I just have to day trade because I have no finances. I can't wait this out. Got to make the De Niro's. Drew that line a little late. If you can push it all the way back. Not looking good. Probably us heading into our 1030 dip. Rest of the market's okay. Which means we can mount a defense if we choose to do so. Well, at least Canadian pot stocks, until they fix regulation, yeah, that shit's not going anywhere. Which really sucks. You know, they had such an opportunity and they fucked it royally. But that's governments for you. Yeah, not to crap on you, Zeus, but yeah, we just we're all tense, right? And so, the stock does what the stock does, and you have to go with it. And poking a beehive of tense people is never going to end well. Just going to inflame passions, right? So you got to do what's best for you, and that's about as far as we can go on this team sport. Oh, that reminds me, I got to check my mail for some tea. Damn, these horses are fast. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Oh, it's sent by register mail? Woohoo. Fatality. Oh, that's fine. Jesus, these guys can't hit the side of a friggin' barn. Not going to win this one. All right, leveling out. Just waiting for that dip to get over with. Yes. Yeah. Unless we get a major crash, then rip bank account. Oh, piece of poop. Hoping I could walk by him, but I guess not. A broken clock is right twice a day, freedom of culture. so we're leveling, but it looks like we're going down. Yeah, we're back on the line. Excellent. Yeah, it's definitely looking bad there. Good turnaround. Yeah, we got nice volume push there. Whether it lasts, different story, but good, good. He's going to make me fight him. Okay. You come in here from time to time, Kelsia, and that's great. I'm glad you hate me so. But yeah, the stock isn't always, doing anything. But I'm sorry, I'm a big disappointment. You just pop into spam now. Now you have to let it ride out, right? So here we found the bottom. Here we're going up, but it's neutral. There's no clear direction. So I'm letting it ride. Hopefully it's going to come up to here and then we can start talking again. But what am I supposed to do? Just pull random. Oh, it's moving. It's going up. It's going down. Sideways. Like, that's just stupid, right? So. Do. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's a gambling channel. You're missing a B in there. Yeah, second by second. Yeah. Now we want to see it attach itself to this line. But we got to give it time. Well, I got to do something to make it through the day. Else I'm going to want to die. Gambling. Is that going to be my stage name? Gotta know when to hold them. I'll be the Rambler. Possibly. It's all right. I'm already used to being a disappointment to my parents. What's one other person? Or in the voice of Howard's favorite comedian, it seems. Well, or no, hon. If you want. Well, I've already decided that I'm disappointed to everyone. So, well, at least what's one more person? Because when you live a life like mine and you eat a lot of rice, you tend to disappoint a lot of people. And that's why I'm here on this stage to disappoint you. Yeah, that's about what he would probably say. He just randomly states things with a nah, ba-ba, and then stops. I don't know. That was my best. I forget what his name is, but Butters. uh, yeah, gotta have some fun. Do, 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 do. All right. So we're gonna try to stay within this channel. Make me some dollars. Really, this channel started as addiction counseling. It's emotional support channel is really what it is at its root. Yeah. Is that who the person I was trying to quote is? Okay, okay. Nice. That's great. Oh, I thought I was at war with them. Well, I guess not. Carling's classic. Yeah. Carling takes a little bit of getting used to, but his monologues, especially his later stuff, is so well done. His early stuff, he was just trying to find his groove, but he really nailed it down, and it's good. Yeah, Bill Burr's good, and who's the other guy that Louis C.K. A lot of people, get on him as well. Mhm. Okay. So we're just trending upwards slowly. I would like to be over this line, but yeah, still good. So that could have been our 10:30 dip, but it's a little early. So I'm still expecting some negativity before 10:55. Then we'll have a little bit of a run, and then we'll probably start our sell off sometime after 12. Yep. Oh, it's good we got some comedian lovers in the crowd. Let's see if I can win this one. Yeesh. Oh, I gotta go fix a dishwasher. It just stopped. Give me a second. All right. Wow, that's quite the fear. Luckily, one you don't have to worry about. Well, the real argument is, you're dead the second it dematerializes you, right? Just because it clones you doesn't mean you're the same person, right? Exactly. They even had an episode where a guy would only use a shuttle for that reason. Okay. I'm gonna drink more. Perfect. Swinging up. Mm-hmm. Oh man, morale broke. Yeah, you can technically, from our knowledge of the brain right now, you can technically erase. Well, we know you can erase memories. So implanting memories would just be the opposite. So dementia or any other brain wasting disease, right, is the degradation of neurons. So if you just create them, regenerate them, and regenerate them with a fingerprint, you would give people memories they never had, right? And then you can do that while the person has a healthy brain by reinforcing stimulus. And then that's reconditioning, brainwashing, or programming for a more technical term. And then that's how you reinforce moralistic behaviors. Don't kill. This is how you do math. This is how you speak. This is how you walk, eat, pee in a toilet, right? That's all done through reinforcing behavior. So, yeah, it's all doable. Eventually, we'll get to the point where a machine can just give us that without having to build it up naturally. But until then, mass media is your friend if you want to tweak behaviors, right? Like, even look at yourself, right? If you're new to stocks, right? You started with nothing and now you're conditioning behaviors and you're going through all the psychological steps: doubt, fear, the stages of grief. You're applying safety and security. You know, well, if I do this and I get burned, this is not safe. Okay, I'll play it safer. So you're building yourself up. Okay, now I'm feeling safe. Now I can move on to higher levels of trading, right? So you may not be looking at it that way. You're just rolling the dice as a human being, but Human beings are not very sophisticated machines. We add complexity, but we're not complex. And so you're just running the course, right? As a walking, talking monkey, right? So the key is to know that and then abuse it to your benefit. But anyways, point is, yeah, it's all doable. As one Malcolm in the Middle guy once said, the future is now, old man. So good. Yeah. No, human psyche is a wonderful frontier. They say space is the final frontier, but I think the human mind or time itself will be our true final frontier. Once we mastered that, then who needs space? Yeah. Because really, if perception is reality and you are a sum of your experiences, if you change your perception, you change your world. If you change your sum of your experiences, either naturally or artificially, you change how you interpret or interact with the world. So if I lock you in a room and just beat the crap out of you until you think a certain way, you're going to go out and be that way, right? So if you can do that artificially while someone say sleeps, they'll wake up completely different, right? Like just have no clue because there's nothing to tell them to have a clue, right? And you can see that with mental illness, right? That's showing you the negative side of it because things are breaking down or things are wired wrongly or air quote wrongly, just abnormally. Not that it's bad, it's just different, right? And sometimes it inhibits, sometimes it enables. Either way, it's not air quote normal, right? Um, but yeah, once we can do that artificially, that's going to be the future. Like you can imprint what they call engrams in sci-fi parlance. Download your kung fu, download your skills. Like, holy God, what a world we live in when everyone knows everything, you know, and you know it. Like you don't have to look it up in your phone. It'll just be like, bing, like, damn. No more bar fights. And think of the quantum leaps that society will have because it'll be like, well, I know everything about physics and quantum calculus, and then I'm up to the level of the elites the second I'm born, basically. Okay, so let's start debating it, right? And then as soon as we establish something, boom, everyone can update like a patch. Then they start debating that, right? And it's like, holy crap. It'll just be quantum leap. Like, fuck. Because that's really the big problem, just on a sidebar, is that the humans are highly intelligent, very creative, but we don't all have the opportunity to sit down and tackle world problems, right? And then that's why we always see that humanity seems to come together and, um, thrives in times of strife. But it's because we're focused on a common goal. So if we have to kill aliens or if we have to stop an asteroid from blowing up the Earth, everyone's going to be working towards it. So you have the collective power of nations and all their intelligence. And then you find out some burger flipper is like, what if we just do both? And then someone that's, ultra smart just goes, fuck. But it's because now they had a chance, right? So if we can collect that, right? So get rid of all the social media wasting time and put that all towards, the advancement of knowledge. Like, holy crap, we'd just be flying off the charts here. So I'm looking forward to that future. But yeah, it's a ways out. We have to deal with systemic poverty and social welfare and borders and anarchists and political strife and what else? Religious intolerance and the love of shooting rockets into other countries. And the quest for power, I guess, is Russia. And other than that, we'll be good to go. Yeah. Yeah, the 60 space race is a good one. Or even post World War II nuclear research. That started before the war even ended. And it was just a quantum race. You know, like hand over fist, every dollar you got goes into this. Yeah. Now, if that was out in the open, it would have been even faster. But that was quite the brain race. The race to rockets, the race to jets, and the race to nuclear power was quite the advancement. If we go back to antiquity, I think the race to develop uses for gunpowder was also a pretty quick one too. So, you know, you went from aquabusts to rifles to flintlock. But back then, though, they were like, well, it works. Let's leave it at that kind of deal, right? Whereas nuclear power, they're like, I can see it, I can taste it, but I can't do it. And so there was that, you know, it's there. We just have to get it to work. Same with the space race. We know we can do it, but we got to figure out how. So, yeah. Interesting, though. Very interesting. Yep. Yeah, you think you're holding stock. It's only because the numbers tell you. Yeah. So what is this chart doing? It's just trending along this line. So this line represents the bottom. It broke the bottom and now it's coming back to it. When we hit these lines, that's when we have to start carrying again. So now it's going to try to break through these lines. If it gets over them, then we have a chance of running for the rest of the day. If it hits this and comes down negatively, then we have to reassess. And that's where we are now. It's just moving slow. Yeah. Now, to add to that, Daryl, even if it's all fake, the fake allows you to do air quote real things. So it doesn't matter if all of this is made up bullshit because it is the reality you got to play within, right? So that's the argument people make. It's like, well, we're all in the matrix and none of this matters. And it's like, well, it's a possibility. But if you stop eating, you're going to be dead in 2 weeks. You stop drinking, you're dead in 4 days, right? So yeah, sure, you can denounce this reality, but and as fake as it may be, but it's still the game and you got to play within it, right? So yeah, you'll get another chance, TJ, if it gets over these lines. Why the hell can't I win this fight? Got all this fucking melee infantry. Maybe I could just roll the dice and maybe I'll win. Nope. Oh, yeah. And the air quote should be on the real. Carries consequences. Real, that's arguable, right? But that's the argument I used to do psychological counseling back in college ages, so about 10 years ago. And you know, that's always the argument. Well, it's not real. This is all made up, blah blah blah, whatever. And it's like, fine. And even if that's true, right? But there's consequences to action.
And if you don't want the consequences, then you can't do the action, right? I can't shoot somebody at point blank. Well, actually, I can shoot somebody at point blank. But if I don't want to get beaten up, possibly killed or jailed, then I should not, right? There's nothing stopping you, aside from that guy may kill you first, from blasting someone across sideways, but you're going to have to live with the outcomes, right? And so if you reverse that, if you want positive outcomes, you need to do positive actions. You can't be shooting people in the face unless it's with a teddy bear. You know, give them a teddy bear. Surprise. So, they're looking at it as symptomatic. They're like, oh, everything's bad, dark, negative. The world is backwards, right? Due to mental miswiring or bad childhood or whatever. But they need to reverse it to be like, okay, well, if you're pissing in the well and you're wondering why it's spicy water, maybe stop pissing in the well, right? Then your water won't taste spicy, at least for that reason, right? So, and I don't know why they can't clue into that, right? But I think it's because they're in the shit and they're looking around and all they see is shit. And I'm looking from the outside in and I go, well, you're in a pile of shit. That's your problem. And so of course they're in it, right? And you have to show them that they can step out of it. The only reason they're there is because they put themselves there, because it really is all mind over matter. You know, it's ultimately nothing matters, realistically, you can do whatever you want. You're just going to have to pay a lot of consequences, positive and negative. And in the end, you're going to turn into stardust. Everyone's going to forget you. The whole world's going to move on and eventually blow up. And no one's even going to remember you, right? And so it's like, oh my God, my phone bill. And you're like, it's so trivial. If it doesn't kill you, it's trivial. And even if it does kill you, to everyone else, it's trivial. But to you, I presume that matters. So it's like, yeah, keep it in perspective. Yep. Yeah. Well, we're about to if we can get over this white line, then things should get interesting. We should start picking up. Well, technically, as much as nothing matters, everything matters. It depends on your perspective. If you're chronically depressed, you'll generally have no love or feeling for anything because your body's too preoccupied with survival. If you are bored with life because you've got all your needs, like you're a super rich person, then it doesn't matter. It's everything matters, but you burn out because you have too many choices, right? And it's like, well, I can do anything. Then what should I do? Well, let's go to space. Let's manipulate the stock market. Let's make little meme posts and tell everybody to buy AMC. Stuff Elon does, right? The same thing the guy for Virgin Galactic, right? And Bezos. Well, I got nothing else to do, so fucking shoot me to space, you know? Yeah. It used to be hot air balloons, zeppelins, gardens, fleets of horses and navies. What else did rich people like back in the day? Gemstones, artwork. Yeah, yeah. And we just moved on now because, who cares? Gemstones are cheap now, right? Yeah, yeah. Just well, you're getting a good one here, Stacy. We're just waiting for this to get an oil change. Ugh, and I'm trying to figure out how to win this friggin' battle. Getting hard. Wow, look who's back from the grave. Belts comes back to fly his lemon colors after a week and a half hiatus. Whoa, Freedom. Don't be moving in on Zach's 10-minute hand job. Or wait, no, a hand made lube job. Damn. Well, welcome back. Yeah, exactly, Sam. Just because you ran out of things to do. Now humans are freaky to start with, but yeah, when you're running out of stuff to do and you're very confident of yourself, $5 AMC, one share, one oil change. Yeah, see if your guy can take an AMC shares. Yeah, it's all good, Sam. We don't need to know about your adventures. Oh please. Oh God, no. Not the photos. Oh, damn, Belts. Damn. Gonna see if the he was taking a mental health break last time I saw him. Gonna see if this. Yeah, you could probably ping him in Discord and he'll come back to life. I would argue the opposite, Belts. Just because GME has more backing, but AMC being a cheaper share can make more of a delta. I mean, you can technically buy what 4 times the shares of AMC than GME, which means it's 4 times easier to make the same price movement, which makes it 4 times easier per se to squeeze. But of course, it all boils down to things, right? So the delusion is going to help stabilize the stock, which will help turn off squeezing. I agree. But AMC also is a growing, healthy company. GME is a turd circling the drain. So GME could squeeze if they get rid of their turd status. But if not, the shorts are going to just pile in and murder it. It's just a matter of time. But yeah, I mean, it's not a bad play. I'm not playing AMC for the squeeze. I'm playing it for the volatility. The squeeze is just a good secondary if it happens. Yeah. Yeah. But also, too, right? Even I was saying yesterday that it was going green. So the shorts aren't going to hang around and lose 5%, right? But as soon as this shows weakness, they'll pile back in. It's not like the shorts just sit there with their eyes closed. They get in and they get out, right? So people are quoting all these numbers and it's like, cool, that's good for the millisecond you quoted it. But it doesn't mean shit unless it holds for a long period of time. I mean, how many times have I bought and sold already today, right? So yeah, it's got to be taken with a grain of salt. But definitely when we hold an incredibly high short interest for quite a period of time, then that's setting us up because it has to pop or something's going to break because we're riding high for too long. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, no one's saying it's a bad bet. It's just rolling the same dice each time. That's code for Belts has explosive diarrhea. See ya, Belts. Gonna have to put my kids on blast. Yeah. Yeah, got it. All right. I'm gonna see if I can win this. Fuck. It's gonna be hard. Yep. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, the stock market is really emotional because of the fear of loss. It really triggers the primal side in us. But eventually that burns out. And then you're gonna get 1,000-yard stare and you just won't care anymore. Then you have to bring it back and care a little because you're like, 100% loss. Walk it off. Like I'm taking a $19,000 loss as of close today, but you got to walk it off. It's how she rolls. Yeah. Unless we have a crazy crash before the end of the day. Well, that's it. That's the prophecy of the lemon. You can't have the sweet without the sour. Do. 70 might be hard, but I'm still feeling 66, 65. We just have to get over this this line here. All right, might win this now. Holy crap. Yep. Dow is down 1.32 right here. 500 is not as important as it was maybe 5 years ago. 500 3 years ago was scary. Now it's like the Dow's. I remember when the Dow broke 30,000, and now it's almost a third of the way to 40,000. Yeah, that's why robots do most of the trading. But as Captain Picard would tell you, when you take out the humanity, you lose the edge we have over computers. Fuck yeah. Finally won that fight. Oh. Thank God for guns. Holy crap, that was hard. All right. We're kind of trending downwards, but not quite out of the fight yet. Oh. Like you, and you had to put so to speak. I mean, I would prefer like you, emphasis on the like, but about that local sports team. It's all good. Just making some spicy water in this well. Yeah, I think we all made new friends here, except for Belts, you know. Belts, I don't think made any friends. It's hard for him. He struggles with feeding himself and yeah, a lot of difficulties. And oh yeah, why would we attack you? There's no point. Yeah, I think the Discord has provided more mental health than Canadian government has in a few years. It's definitely not an easy game, you know. I might be kind of calm, cool, and collective most of the days. Some days, you know, trolls will get me a little edgy. Um, but you know, it's it's what it is, right? It's the reason why it was people were jumping out of windows, and you know the suicide rate of stock traders is through the roof. So it's like it's not a friendly to your existence job, right? But high risk, high reward, right? Still beats manual labor, burger flipping, listening to some customer tell you he knows best. Fuck all of that, right? You get the freedom of trading stocks. You're gonna have to play with the garbage end of it as well, but I still think it greatly outweighs any other type of labor. Aside for doing maybe your passion, right? If you're a mechanic or a welder or an outdoorsman, you know, stocks are good and all, but nothing beats doing your passion, right? But aside from that, yeah, that's my positive outlook on stocks. For all of its negative traits, it's really just a mind game. Get with it. Don't let it bother you, and you'll be rich ish. Well, put that rider in there because there's no guarantees, right? So, good times. It's a bit of volume there, but I'm looking on the seconds chart. I don't see that volume. Time was that? 11:27. Yeah, I think that volume's a little out of place there. I'm not seeing that on the professional trading software. I'm not seeing any volume that's over 40,000 a second. If anything, the volume's higher now than it has been since 11:15 yesterday. No, I lied. Actually, it was pretty heavy duty at just after open. 11:15, 11:28. Yeah, I'm seeing this volume right here. Just not seeing this guy. He looks out of place. Yeah. But these are two different markets. So this one here is Chloe, which basically mimics the New York Stock Exchange, but it mimics, so it's not exact. It's just relatively close. So if it goes up $1, we will go up the equivalency of $1. And so it tries to match in relativeness. But the actual numbers, if it goes up $10, we might go up 1. If it goes down $5, we go down 50 cents. So it will keep the relative, but it's not going to be exact. But the volume is an estimation. It's counting. This volume here is an actual, but it updates like every 5 minutes or so, it seems. So we're going to try to make another attempt on the line. Miracles can happen. It's true. I just won that fight. That was quite a test of my I mean, it's cavalry is very hard to work with because you got to constantly micromanage them. In real life, oh, so much better. Go out there and harass the enemy, but don't commit. Easy peasy. Cavalry is the greatest thing. Not so much in a game. CLNE. So essentially, it was circling the drain and got picked up last year in October. It's another Wall Street bets choice, I guess. Yeah, insiders have traded out. Okay, let's see their revenue. So they're losing money. They beat estimates, but they're still losing money. They came out leveled, not bad. That's likely when their stock flew through the roof. They leveled out, but then they came back and fucked up. There's the red. Yep, 3 months later. Yep. And now their next estimate or their next earnings is in 53 days. So if they're looking at coming out neutral. If they beat estimates, then you're going to make a fuck ton of money. If they don't, then you're coming back down to 6 or so. What are we at now? 12. So you're going to lose half your money. Yeah, but see, yeah, this has been a gamble wagon. People have been piling in. So what does it do? It's using natural gas as an alternative fuel. Yeah, but that's if people give a shit to do that. Yeah, it was founded in 1996. So this is all the company's doing since 1996. Okay, so how much money are they making? Here we go. Okay, so they're losing 79 million a year for a company that's been around since 1996. Jesus, now they're not looking good on their operating income. How are they staying afloat? Jeez. So that's what they're earning for shareholders. So I guess they're just living off stock money. At least their operating expenses are going down. That's good. That's beneficial. Profit is also in the pits. They had one good year. Here we go. Here's their cash flow. So basically, it's a sum of financing, investing in operating costs, and their financing's now murdering them. Well, at least they're starting to pull out some money. So if their investing goes up, they might be able to stave off the financing. But they basically, yeah, they're getting murdered by their debt or debt to assets. 26, 30%. I don't know, their debt's not bad. So I guess this is them paying off their debt. This isn't so this is more them putting money into debt, not money debting them. It's not too bad. Regardless though, it's looks nasty. Yeah, it looks a little nasty. Okay. Start belts? Start? I think you need to catch up. Oh, I got to figure out what I'm doing for lunch. I finally got through all that pork tenderloin. That was pretty good. I haven't slow cooked in the oven in like years, but I'm like, I'm doing stocks. Why can't I just run the oven on ultra low and let that thing slow cook? Because I'm not going anywhere. I'm not doing anything, just trading stocks or at least watching them most of the time. And it came out pretty good. 5 hours at 200 Fahrenheit. No. Well, essentially, I could have, but I didn't. I basically, once it was done, I chopped it up into like cubes ish and then covered it in salsa, more salsa, and then cooked it again. So the first time I cooked it to temp, so I ran it for like say 375 Fahrenheit and ran it for an hour, and then I dial it down, and then I let it basically go from rock hard because it lost all its moisture to uh, starting to break apart. So using the salsa to break it down. Anyways, because I had a big can of salsa and I'm like, I can't eat this by itself because it'll piss off my insides. So I'm like, I know what I'm gonna do. I wouldn't mind pulled pork. That would be good. Virgin apple teenies. There you go. All about the virgin apple teenies. God, I love that show. Well, people make out that T blank whatever is always important for whatever. Every next week is going to be huge. How they keep people on the hype wagon. That's why I don't talk about it, because it's just like once people clue in that it's all just garbage, then I'm hoping I'll collect those people. It's like next week's going to be huge. This week's going to be huge. Tomorrow's going to be it's like, all right. At what point do you finally clue in that they're just pulling shit out of their ass? Well, then we'll see, Belts. Because if it was such a sure bet, then it would happen, right? I mean, if it was such a sure bet, we would see all the options lining up for it, and the stock price would fly off the roof in anticipation, right? On those exact times. Because we would have seen a cyclic pattern looking at the chart, and I don't see any cyclic pattern. Let's take a look. Okay, so if I adjust it for this, right? So this one's off by a bit. So let's move it here. There's the next run up, but that's the middle of it. So we move this back. So this is the start of the run. Here's the start of a down. Here it's neutral. Whoop. Okay, if this is one, then I have to change my, it's off by 5 days. This one here's off. So let's adjust it to get that one to fit. So then here, this fits, right? This is the start of a down. This one's the start of an up. This one's off by 2 days, but it's there, right? But then that's overfitting, right? It works for the last two, but all right, we're going to go for 3. I mean, this one is late. This one is correct. And then this one doesn't count because that's the start. So this one's good. This one's bad. This one's bad. This one's bad. This one's good. This one's good. So, I mean, half. But, I mean, yeah. So, July 8th, or at the very least, next earnings. I don't know. Well, GME and AMC are quite the same, but let's look at GME. So that's correct. Correct. Sort of. And no. So let's adjust. Now this fits, but this doesn't show up. It's showing a change in behavior. Now, what's the time span on this? Every 17 days. And how many days were you saying? 21? 21. Try a measurement of 21. Now, cyclic lines work because people get paid at certain times, right? So there's a lot of things that are cyclic. Okay, that's 21 days. Let's shift that over until it fits. So they're going, this justifies an upswing. This, no. This one's down. This one, yes. Shift. So we should have saw an upswing ages ago if that DD was right. Or the next one is on the 7th again of July to line up with what I'm saying about AMC. Yeah, so that one's good. But that's just luck. Because you're basically what it's called overfitting, right? You're using stuff to prove a point because it fits. Yeah, because you're making it fit with historical information, right? But there could be something here because people do get paid in cycles. People buy in cycles. Things happen in cycles. There's processes that are monthly. So 21 days, also lines up with like options, right? The third Friday of the month. So, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm not super good at cyclic lines, but I won't shit on them too hard because there is something there. So same with like if you can get the sine wave proper. You basically get your ups and your troughs. So let's see if I do that, right? So you're gonna gear up and then you're gonna gear down, gear up, gear down, gear up, shitty one, down, up, down, right? Something like that. But that's more ebb and flow, power in, power out, right? Which I talk about quite a lot. Oh, good. We're finally fucking breaking that line. Sweet. Oh, wrong line. Same line. Damn it. I thought we were over this one. But anyways, yeah. I'll take a look at that. Okie dokie. So he's just seeing that there's a correlation. Yeah, double check my work. It's insane! Exclamation mark. I mean, he's not wrong that it can cause momentum. Yeah, and then he goes on saying the FOMO. Okay, so he's saying the next one's 21. and 22nd for AMC. Let's go look out. So if I look at the cyclic lines, 21 is here. So he's doing this. Let's take a look. $27th. So he's saying this was an FTD surge. Except the volume was all on the 26th. Oh, that's the buy date. Okay. So these are all due. 14, 15, 16. 14. So this. Just reading this real quick. Let's go back to the 1 day here. A bit of a breakdown. I think just reading their conversation between them, they're kind of digging for conspiracy. There's a little bit of validity in it, but I think they're overfitting. There's a lot of other things going on than just the FTDs. Yeah. A study of fails to deliver published in 2014 found no evidence that fails to deliver caused price distortions or the failure of financial firms during 2008 financial crisis. They researched 1,492 stocks over 42 months from 2005 to 2008 and found that greater failures to deliver led to higher liquidity and pricing efficiency, and their impact is similar to our estimates of delivered short sales. a 2006 study found that pricing abnormalities were found in Russell 3000 stocks with high FTDs. And they attributed it to the market distorting the effect of the sustained fails. But that doesn't stop people at all for going nuts. I mean, I guess if they're trying to clean up their act, but there's no real precedence. Yeah, I read the original article. Shorts are terrified of a 310 close. Is this of GME, I hope? Not AMC. They have a Not a Cat Golden Banana Award. Jesus. They're calling it a crabby move. Oh my God. There's a lot of presumption. Shorters, the shorters, all of them. If one shorter falls, the dominoes fall. Not true. If a lot of shorters fall, yes. But he's just going on saying we're going to be through the moon. When was this written? 8 days ago. Just speculation, speculation. This GME? Yes, GME. Well, we'll come back to this in a couple of months and see all this DD if it was worth anything. Yeah, the momentum's good. That information from Webull is pretty good. The average ownership is at $156 for GME. So that's your baseline fallback point. But that means if you challenge 150, it's going to sink, right? Yeah, most people are sub 150. So as it gets lower and lower, the rate at which people are going to bail, it's going to fucking take off. But of course, he's arguing the opposite, that it's going to somehow stop everything and they're going to drive it upwards because, you know, no one's going to sell, right? Because, you know, they haven't done that before on the left side of his chart. Just quickly reading this all. Goes on and on and on. Talks about how things do stuff, blah, 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 blah. Well, he's right. GME just has to close high enough for everything to come crashing down, but not for the hedge funds. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not wrong on a lot of things, but he's definitely not nailing it. There's a lot of wish-washy and hopeful thinking. You know, like if it goes wrong, it's synthetics. If it does this, it's that. So, what? Gross. I was reading stuff. You can just mute me, gross man. I don't want to hear you beating your profits. I mean, I like the DD. It gives you a nice look at things, but I wouldn't put too much stock in it. Yeah, literally. Oh, I see. I see, Belts. Well, in that case, let me just dim the lights. Boom. Oh, did someone order some pizza? It's only weird if you make it weird, Belts. Yeah. That's enough for me. All right. I think the stock is stable enough for me to get a decaf coffee because I haven't eaten today. I'm getting hungry. Just let my cannons deal with this. Oh, you can't weird me out. I can double down on the gay. But I know the viewers here that are all leaving. So I'm pretending to be weirded out in an effort to stop the conversation from going to the point where we have no viewers. All right, coffee. Jeez. Oh, so good. See if we go into a recovery phase. So our volume's 130 million, but we're pretty slowed down on the overall. $400 or 400%? Damn. Yeah, Shopify though has been bleeding out for quite a while. I guess they're figuring the pandemic is ending soon. Yeah, Shopify is actually just downtown in my city, their headquarters. Though realistically, if the pandemic never came, I don't think they'd be as strong as they are. I mean, it's not a bad company, but it's hardly life-changing, right? But with the pandemic, it became life-changing because everyone that was online needed to be online. But at least now you know for next pandemic, it's all going into online shopping. I think Amazon's probably going to take a tumble though once retail opens, right? If it's owned by Pornhub, that's awesome. But yeah, it's super popular with Asians. I see it all the time. Well, I would expect a bit of a tumble because once retail's open, Walmart still kicks Amazon around the block. You know, everyone goes, "Wow, Amazon," but it's still nothing competes to Walmart. Last time I looked. Let me check. Walmart stock. The Walmart brings home about 138 billion, or annually it brings home about 559 billion. Let's see Amazon. Amazon brings home 386 billion. And that's now. If we go back 3 years, they bring home around 200 and something billion. No. That's we're talking about gross retail here. Net income is only 21 billion for Amazon. Oh, it's increasing. Yes, yes. But I'm saying Walmart is still in a league of its own, and Walmart's still increasing, right? So, people are clamoring to Amazon being, the retail killer, but there is still a very strong desire for retail. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. But Amazon's market cap is a lot to do with their share price. That's earnings per diluted share. Earnings per EBITDA. Don't remember what that is offhand. Yeah, I can't see it on this page. No, I can't see links. If you post a link, I can't see it. Yeah, and actually that's true, Larry. The biggest competition to Walmart is actually discount dollar stores. It's just like Home Depot. Its biggest competitor is local home hardware stores. So it's not Lowe's, Rona, or whatever, but it's actually the mom and pops are killing them because they are too big to compete in small markets because the size of them, right? And so the small market gets 100% of the people, sort of. And so that's the power dichotomy there. Yeah. Earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and all that sort of stuff. 9.5. Is that the same number I got here? No, it's less than that. Okay. So they have a net income of 2.7. And they have it as 9. Okay. Keep it in relatives. And then let's look at 75% increase, but that's last year because of the pandemic. And if we go since 20, they're doing, yeah, not a bad growth rate, especially the last 3 years for sure. 2018, holy Christmas. Yeah. But, oof. Yeah, they made a lot of fucking money this year. Even with that, though, you know, I think in the long run, yeah, Amazon's in a good spot to go a murdering. Let's look at their financials. Yeah, Walmart still pulls in a lot more money, but they lose so much because of their retail. Income after taxes is 21. Income after taxes is 13. Does Amazon not pay taxes? Holy crap. Yeah, they pay almost nothing in income tax. You bastards. Yeah, and fucking Walmart's so diluted. You're getting $4 earnings per share. And with Amazon, you're getting 45, 42. Jeez. $500,000. Yeah, and Amazon's got about a 30% reduction in operating expenses too. Cost of goods sold, 440. Now I wonder if Amazon is locked, like their profit margin's locked, right? Whereas Walmart can negotiate. I wonder how hard it is for Amazon to, raise their listing rates, right? Oh, I'm not saying the Amazon story is bad, but I still wouldn't write off Walmart. But yeah, those numbers are nice when you're looking at the what is it? The EPDA, EBITDA. How to pronounce that? Plus, that's also one retail. Two. What's for online shopping? I wonder what Amazon's primary competition is. Well, I think there's something primal about seeing the product in your hands It's why you don't order clothes or lumber online, even if it's cheaper, kind of deal, right? I don't know. I mean, this conversation is what financial analysts have been having for years, right? Yeah. Well, Alibaba and Tobago aren't, or Taobao are not super prevalent in the US yet. eBay, I don't know if people use it as a primary shopping portal. It's more like secondhand, right? I know eBay's trying to be a primary shopping portal. Is there any like global marketplace though? Like, I don't know. I think I would know if it exists. Because if it's not on Amazon, you'd go to the manufacturer directly, or you would go to a specialty page, right? But you would generally do Amazon, then you would check eBay, and then you would just order it straight from Alibaba and save your money. But I wonder if there's other people I'm missing in there. Yeah. Yeah. AliExpress. Yeah. I don't know how popular it is. It's definitely not popular in Canada. But I know in the States people talk about it. I guess there's also like Wish for furniture, I believe, and cheap ass shit. Yeah. Well, everyone wants to be in the US market. Yeah. And then Shopify is basically Amazon minus the products, right? So that's, you know, not a bad way. They're nipping at their heels, right? Allowing self discovery and people to drive their own business, right? And small business is getting better at customer service and curating needs. And so that's even making a comeback with delivery and to your door service, right? So, yeah, I'm not too well versed in this. I'm just spitballing here while I watch the stock take a tumble. But yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's only $10, but it's like $1 in China. Not even $1, right? So they're making a killing. And I know Amazon's moving to an automated electric fleet because Walmart's not a retail company, it's a logistics company. That's where all of Walmart's power is. And that's where Amazon's getting into, right? They're owning the skies, they're owning their own airplanes. So it's not about putting products on a shelf, it's getting the products to the shelf. And that's where they excel. Yeah. Even Home Depot is realizing that too. Home Depot used to be a customer service first company, but they're realizing that they got to secure their supply lines at quality, like the quality control on the lumber. They have to negotiate their price points. Um, they started as a nuts and bolts company. So basically, they sell a bunch of shit to get you to buy the high markup nuts and bolts. If you buy those loose screws and bolts, that's what they want. That's where they make all their money. The lumber they sell pretty much at cost, and then they mark up the screws to oblivion. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting how these companies have branched out, eh? Diversification. Bezos wants a moon base. Well, he's going to have to knock out the Nazis. They're on the dark side of the moon. The Nazi moon base. Oh, let me scroll down. You don't need to see the Brent crude. All right, let's shift this over. See if it latches onto this line. Yeah, exactly. T-shirts, textiles are one of the cheapest things out there. Right. If you see a time drop, that's probably market based. Oh yeah, exactly. Reason why they call them sweatshops. So good. That's an oversell, and we're correcting. So we need to just kind of continue to stay over that white line, and we'll be okay. But the sell-off should start a little later. I would say you don't want to be in the market after 1 o'clock, just because it's a Friday. So if you're not in, I just stay out. If you're in, you just play it tight, and then you want to be above this white line. Kind of that's your safety. If it goes under the white line, then we potentially can go back to this colored line here. No, you might get your wish. Yeah, I'm not holding my breath for a run up. I'll still, we'll get a 1 o'clock push probably, but the rest of the market is quite red. So, with all the negativity that's about to come, I don't expect us to come swinging with flying colors here. Which is why I turned the projection around. I was moving it because if it was going to go up, it would follow that diagonal. But now it's like, okay, we got to the point where the likelihood of us latching on is minimal. Now we're going to probably latch on to down. Oh, we might have some life here. Volume is not bad. Might actually do something. Yeah, there's a spike of volume. Now let's see if it can hold. It's trying, but it can't. So let's see if red's going to slap it. No, red's not hitting it. At least not yet. Hard to tell. Looks like it's trying for a push, but red is leaning into them. So low volume skirmish. hard to tell where this is going. Green's pushing. The volume's not there, though. But the volume's also not there for red. So it's like a low-intensity conflict. So it'll be interesting to see who wins this one. Like our volume's just going further down. What's the market doing? Ooh. Yeah, we're going down. So we're basically, we were probably trying to do a surge and the market's weighing on us. That's going to eventually murder us. Oh yeah. Orange is right off the screen. Hold on. Let me just let me just pan that up. Yeah, that's going to weigh on us eventually. Jesus, orange. Oh, we're going to defy it. And that's double volume push. So close. That was close. Almost had a breakout. Red slapped that pretty good. It's definitely trying. Even though it really shouldn't be. All gyms got closed, at least in reasonable countries, Sam. You know, there's a global pandemic that killing a whole bunch of people. You know, that old chestnut. And if you're Florida, you never closed. But yeah, FOC's in Ontario, the same as me, Canada. So oh man. So we're at about 10,000 shares a minute or every 5 seconds now. We were doing about 100,000 earlier this morning, and we usually trend around 40,000. So we've gone to sleepy time here. That one's a good 50,000 push. Let's see if red counters it though. Oh, Dow's recovering. And red slaps it right back. Yep, with 60,000 shares in the pimp slap category. Green's definitely trying to push. Just no commitment. Still can't do it. think we're going to get some type of flash crash here. If green can't do it for long enough, then eventually people are going to be like, look, it's the weekend. And then we're going to get a nasty giant red. Because, yeah, the volume is poo. Red's starting to ramp up. Now green. Now they've settled down. There was a brief moment red was getting a little bit more angry, but they're back to settling down, which means this is probably just going to go sideways for quite a while. No volume commitment on that either. A little bit of there's some volume. Still have to get over here if we want to get out. Oh, what's this? Oh, we're going for a run. Volume's there. Red. Red showing weakness. I think we can do it. Damn it. Nope. Unless green counters. Come on, green. So close.
And a bit of volume here. Red is countering though. Yep. But it looks like they're charging up. So that's your 1 o'clock probably pre-bump. Yeah, the volume's super low. So we are drifting up, but the volume is not there. This means it could all be slapped out in a second. Wow, that was quite the nasty fight. Lost a lot of people there. Damn. Okay. Well, yeah, we're just going to go sideways, maybe drift up. Anyone's game. Not until we get a strong commitment from volume. It's like if we zoom out, you can see the volume is, fractional compared to earlier, right? So, like, we're not even close to having any real volume. So, yeah,
At least we're over this white line, but we'll see. We will see. A bit of volume on that push. And red just crashed it. Oh, and green just completely slapped that red back to where it belongs. This should run then. Red did just almost, on the seconds chart, red removed this whole green, and then green just put it all back. That's a good sign for a push. Yeah, it looks like... come on. It was so close. Let's trying again. Here we go. It just hesitated for a second there. And red pounced on it. Yeah, green's starting to get a little more aggressive. Bigger buys now. Good push right there. Now we touch this line, we should get slapped. Now we're going to go over it. Come on, where's our big red slap? So much. I guess they're going to try to push. We should have got a big red there for crossing the line. Oh, that might be it now. There we go. That was quite delayed. Maybe the line isn't where I thought it was. Maybe the line should be here. Because that's the reaction that should have happened when we touched the line. Now we get to see green's recovery. And this shows us how strong green is to continue. If they're not able to stop the red or stunt it, then that's the end of their upwards channel. Right now it's looking pretty good so far. My delay right now, 7. My delay is 7 seconds. Yeah. To me, I'm watching this in real time, but you are 7 seconds delayed. So my responses are real time, but you'll get it in 7 seconds. Yeah. And green's trying to counter. So if green pushes back to the white line, I'll get back in. If not, I'm going to just stay out. Green's putting up a fight, but I'm just going to let it roll. I don't trust this late in the day on a Friday. I wouldn't trust green. No, the volume is definitely not there. Yeah, I think we're gonna see a rout. It's like they're treading water here. And where the hell's even the Dow? It's not even on my screen anymore. There we go. Yeah. It really looks like they're gonna try, but yeah, it's too risky for me. Not if I don't want to get burned again by the end of the day.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm going to have a $19,000 hole. Well, it already is done. The damage is done. So it's all good. I'll earn it back. If I'm going to be the voice of reason and calm, cool, and collective, I have to be able to take a $20,000 US hit and walk it off, which I'm quite capable of doing. Because if I start panicking, you're going to start panicking. So I'll save it for when things are going south. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all good. I don't mind, sympathy feels. But emotion is not something that drives me too much, if you haven't noticed. Oh, I'm super romantic. I'm just not um, emotional. I'm not driven by fear or worry or depression or any of that sort of stuff. But of course, I'll let myself feel happiness, right? Because then if not, well, shit, you got nothing. Mm. But on that, I should add, yeah, when the girlfriend gets antsy and I don't, it's like you have to have the patience of a god. Your girlfriend's going off on a tangent and you're like, woo, all right, let her run out, burn out. Yeah. Stoic is not bad. You know, there's no point in being emotional. But if you have zero passion, you're driven to do nothing. So you have to find a small balance there between psychotic and, functional. No, it would be well, combat is one of my fortes. Although not hand to hand because I can't focus that close. Um, so you generally always choose flight first, but fight may be the correct response, right? So if something goes down, you look to remove yourself from harm first, then you look to engage because then you're fighting on your own terms. If you charge head in, you'll probably get killed and you escalate, right? If it doesn't need to be escalated, then get the hell out of there, right? Fight on your own terms, on your own time. Make the enemy come to you, tired, weakened, starving. So it's both. The best defense is a good offense. But if you're always offensive, then you just ambush the shit out of them. So the Art of War, yeah, a few times. It's required reading. A lot of it's very basic, but it's well put, you know? Um, and it's I mean it's super basic, but it was written at a time where
basics weren't understood. An army um, an army marches on its belly, right? And then people are like, what? And it's like, yeah, well, if your friggin' people are starving, how are you going to get them to fight somebody? A, they'll be weak. And two, why are they here? They're starving to death, you know? There's another Chinese proverb: order and chaos is a chopstick length apart, which is basically true. If they run out of rice, everyone's going to revolt. When Europe ran out of wheat, people started starving and they started losing kings. Because what do you got to lose? You're dying or you fight. Yeah. I used to play chess, but my brain power's kind of gone down. But yeah, chess was nice because if you can get 3 turns ahead of the enemy, then his choices start to become limited. And so as soon as he picks a choice, you're already 3 steps ahead, and then you shift a little, and yeah, it was good. Oh, somebody subbed. Thanks, whoever that is. Leroy Hype Man. Oh, these names. But I see combat as I see the value in a warrior culture. The idea that, Mortal Kombat is basically the highest level of human form. It's all in, high risk. Either you do or you don't. It's a total test of your skills, right? So I see the value in that. Obviously, murdering each other all the time doesn't do good for society. You lose your intellectuals, and but it does make for a good overall mentality. Attack your problems, face them, dig in, all that sort of mentality. It's quite good and applicable to daily life. Yeah, chess is good once in a while. It really works a part of your brain. I do miss a good game. Now I just suck so much that I lose all the time. But I think it was early college I was good at chess. And then I just stopped playing, and now it's you really have to get those tactics laid out. He moves, what are my choices, right? So I just stick to what I'm good at, which is like, this kind of what you're seeing with Empire Total War. I'm fairly decent at this sort of kind of combat. It's not too difficult. And the real problem with this kind of combat is that it's micromanaging. In real life, it'd be a hell of a lot easier because you would have competent captains and lieutenants. But when you have to micromanage all the time, it's like, fuck. You got to tell everybody to move and keep distance, and it gets difficult, right? So you're more playing a game than you're actually. I mean, tactics work, but they don't work as well as they would. Or it's like commanding an army full of retarded people that have no combat skill. And you got kind of that too, right? They don't know what they're doing. They expect you to tell them to do everything, and they rout the second they get attacked. So it's simulating a garbage army, I guess. So, yeah. No, chess is a good. Chess was actually the game of kings at one point. It was a training simulator for warfare in India, I believe. The rooks are elephants. The bishops, I think, are cannons. The horse is cavalry. The pawns are your foot soldiers. Your king's the general, and the queen is. I forget what the queen was supposed to represent. Oh, maybe the rooks were cannons, and the elephants were the bishops. I think. Yeah, and the reason why the horses go left is because that's how cavalry should charge, right? It approaches and attacks the flank, right? And then the elephants go barging in straight ahead. Cannons basically fire straight directions. Yeah. You can look it up, but oh yeah, it's an enduring board game for sure. It's a game of kings. Although I do love a good Settlers of Catan. I play that at least 3 times a year at the cottage. That game gets visceral. Well, at least I don't feel so bad about not buying in. Thanks for the new sub. We're slowly collecting intelligent people here. I'm trying to eat chips farther away from the microphone because I'm like, I know the microphone's probably picking up the odd super loud chip. Yeah, Go is like Pachisi. But yeah, Go is definitely, especially when you play it fast. But I would argue Go is more about reversals, and so it's more of a binary game, whereas chess, if you boil it down, there's only so many moves, yes, but it's more of board control, right? You have to control territory, whereas with Go, you have to preempt their moves. So you're not really trying to control territory, but you're trying to be the last one to claim an area. So you have to kind of layer your, okay, I give him this, but I take that. So it's a lot like playing competitive checkers. Checkers is an incredibly difficult game when you get into the higher levels because you can clear the entire board. Like one person can just go burp, you know. So if you really get up there, it's freaking crazy. But that's like any game, right? You take it to the extremes and people just look at you like, holy F. Yeah, I count cards. I can see the numbers before they're played. I know all the probabilities the second the card is laid. Like, That's taking poker to the extreme. There's all that jazz, right? So. Well, I'm not playing chess. I'll get my ass handed to them. Handed to me. As the great Art of War once said, don't go into a battle unless you're going to friggin' win. And that's one I know I'm going to lose. Well, pleasure to see you, Mr. Sandwich Sub. We're getting all different people today. All right.
Well, we're kind of getting late in the day for any type of idea of a gamma squeeze. Unless you think they're going to uncover at the last second. It's always tomorrow. Be able to take them. Oh, we got our prayer posts in the chat.
I'll just let this ride. He won't be able to give you a link, though. And not because his DD is wrong. It's just YouTube won't let him post a link. The problem with that statement, Sam, though, is it's like saying, oh, my book of religious fervor doesn't, talk about hurting each other. It's all peace, love, and harmony. But you need to ignore this chapter, that chapter, oh, that part too, and don't interpret that. So you become picky and choosy, right? It's like Reddit's full of garbage, but then the garbage I agree with is not garbage. And it's like, nah, it's a lot of garbage. So I get what you're trying to say, but the problem is most people can't tell the difference between garbage and garbage. So they pick whichever one agrees with them more, and then it becomes not garbage. But ta-da, it's still garbage, right? But yeah, you're expecting somebody with the ability to discern. So, and I don't think a lot of people that have been trading since January have that skill yet. They'll get it eventually. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing with the stock market is it's an absolute, right? It's there. You can see it. It's there, right? It's not made up. But the interpretation of it is all wish-washy out to the moon because it's in constant flux, right? But certain truths exist, right? If interest rates go up 200%, the stock market is going to go into oblivion, except for those companies that have no debt and somehow profit from that. Okay, so that's true if that happens, right? So there is truths, but will we get there? Will it be that severe? When will that be? And that's all the parts that nobody can answer, right? And that's the variables. Yeah. But the red flag kind of is when someone says for sure, it must, it will, all of that is garbage. You don't even have to read the rest of it because there's no guarantees. There's zero guarantees because even if the interest rates went through the moon and cataclysmically caused problems, there'll be that one stock that just fucking YOLOs it to the moon, right? Like, so there's always exceptions. So, yeah, nothing is guaranteed. Yeah. Yeah. But if you can't bet on anything, you can't play, right? So you have to lean on the probabilities, right? You're not guaranteed to win, but it's looking good, right? So you play the hands that you have a good chance of winning, and then you're hoping that you win more than you lose, right? And that's really the game. It's the key to avoid all the bad hands. You got a pair of twos. Are you going to fold it or are you going to play it, right? It's like, well, wait until your hand's full of aces. You know, there's no cost in just waiting till you get a good hand. Yeah. Yeah. Not how stock markets work, sandwich sub. Yeah, nothing's guaranteed. It's definitely got a lot of people pumping the stock, but you're not guaranteed even red or green, right? So I track the stock by the minutes, but if you look at the larger process, we're overdue for a crash. In the medium term, it looks like we're still going to try to go up. So, you know, you have to weigh those out. When does the long term become the now? When does the medium term end? When does the short term become the medium term, right? And it's that constant balance. Because we're in a down channel. So when are we going to turn around? Which day, which hour, which minute, right? So, you know, it's a balance, which is what keeps this interesting. Although some days, you know, we're just trucking along. Yeah, it's looking like it's going to try for a push, but until we get out of this blue line, I wouldn't write home about it. Yeah, that is the answer, Freedom. It's always tomorrow. Well, dark pool makes it sound spooky, but essentially it's the secondary market. So people, you know, how to put this? So if you argue for no dark pools, you're basically arguing that if you own something, you have to trade it out in the open where it can be taxed. You're not allowed to have any private sale. I can't go and give my shares to somebody else, or I can't sell my house or my car without going through the official market. I can't resell my video games or my furniture, right? So the secondary market allows people to move and do the administrative stuff without having to go into the public market. The public market would give them the best price, but the private market allows them to do it without getting taxed by the market, because the market's going to eat them for fees, right? So if you're doing all this wish-washy movement because you're a bank, why pay the extra percent overhead when you don't have to, right? You just go up to Billy and say, look, I got to give you these shares. What are you going to give me for it, right? Versus putting them out on the open market. So you'd get a better price on the open market, but you'd also get dinged so many percent, right? So there's a good push. What's the volume? Medium volume. This might have legs. Let's see. But yeah, well, it is because the financial world is a little shady, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's nefarious. It's just more, they got to move stuff around because, you know, they have clients and they got to balance books and all this other crap, right? And from the retail investor, that's quite the pimp slap. They don't understand it, right? They just see it as like, you know, evil because they don't get it. So, but in all fairness, it's not as nefarious as it's made out to be. It's just a means to do business. Now, it'd be nice if it was transparent, right? That's where it can be shady because the dark pool does not have to report. It's not regulated, right? And all that sort of stuff. But that's the whole point because the regulations stifle growth. But regulations also stop you from being a criminal. So it's like, here we go, right? Sure, regulation makes restaurants have to pay extra money and stifles growth, but it also stops Billy, who has no idea how to cook, from poisoning and or killing people, right? So that's always the balance between regulation and growth. So, but I would like to see, you know, dark pools to be at least transparent, maybe not taxed and not regulated, but just at least transparent so that people can look at them and say, well, what is this? Right? So, yeah, because obviously if you made them the same as the primary market, then what's the friggin' point? Right? It's like if crypto stopped being crypto and just went to being money, well, then what's the friggin' point? I can already trade currencies, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a federal economist by any means, but just to give a little perspective on it, at least from my position, it's just a tool to do business. But yeah, of course, it can be used for evil. Yeah. 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 Transparency is always good. What is it? Democracy dies in the darkness. And so does criminality and evil, right? You shine a light on it, and all the cockroaches scurry because now they have to be good, right? So that's why you always want concealment when you're doing nefarious stuff, right? Less people asking questions, less people looking into it. So, anyways, exactly. You get the drill. Yeah. Oh, YouTube just crashed my viewer count. I went down to 10 people. Interesting. Just kicked off a third of everyone. Or 2/3 of everyone, actually. Jeez. Oh, YouTube fixed itself. That was just bad data. Okay. Yeah, no, I was looking at the historical chart and it went down to 10 about a minute ago. It's now back. Yeah, we're at 33 on my end. That's good. Our numbers are low, but not too bad. but our overall views have been low lately. We used to get about 1,000 or so a day. We're netting about 400 to 500 a day. I'll have to get our exposure up. Get some fresh blood in here. And then hopefully get the cream of the crop of that as we slowly sift through. We're still trucking. All right. And this is why I use channels for those that are just tuning in for the first time. And so the channels help you to understand potential. So when you break the channel, there's a potential, but then you're not going to FOMO because until it stays out of the channel, there's no point in reacting, right? So you should be drawing basically support lines with every valley and every peak, but you also can draw overall channels to show the feeling of the stock or the general trend, I guess. And so when it changes from the general trend, then you have to shift. But today's been a lot of up, down, very, trading. Look at that basically just trended the whole day, right? Like this. So up, over, right? When it starts going like this, trends don't matter so much. Now, this is a crown shape as apparent as day. But when it starts going kind of this kind of shape, or even kind of this, you lose the ability to use trends as much. So, but today you can see it's not as erratic. It's literally lines. You know, it's getting pushed, but it's still keeping the same shape, right? So, and this is where trends or trend lines work very well. Yeah, I think we're all rooting for 100K. Even if we don't get there, we're still going to be in a better place, right? But yeah, I'm just a realist or a Debbie Downer on that one. Because who's to say I'm right, right? So I can't say I'm really a realist, but in a sense that I'm trying to be a little practical. Oh, there'll be somebody who, was in a coma. It's like all those people with Bitcoin, right? They're like, oh, I lost a hard drive in a locker, come back and they're a millionaire, right? Honestly, I'm gonna close my eyes. If we went into a full run, I'm just gonna close my eyes. Just like let it go. And if it's still up when my eyes open, then I'll sell. It's like the temptation to sell early would be way too high. I'll just be like, oh, no, that's it. I'll induce my own coma. I'll drink all the alcohol I can find. And when I wake up, I'll pay my hospital bills. Yeah. Yeah, 100 wouldn't be that bad either. Dr. Overkill's being practical. Oh, YouTube's telling me I lost everyone again. Oh, and it fixed itself. Man, it must be having some troubles. You're lying to me, YouTube. YouTube's going down like the stock. Wonder if it's going to follow the cannonball. Guess this was before they had cinematic camera. Cheer up, AMC. It's okay. It's only 2 hours, and then you can have a nice nap over the weekend. Oh, sure. Big can of lemonade. Well, we have to stick to our cult roots after all. All right, 40 minutes till horse racing. Off-brand lemon pop, yeah. We can't afford the real good stuff. That's all we can afford. Oh, it's working for what good it is. Nice. Now the interesting part will be to see if we reattach to the channel. So we oversold, but you know, the question is if this is going to be up or we're just going to continue, basically. Yeah, it's a lemonade can. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I think I can do that. Oh, no, I can't. There we go. Let's see if it shoots out tremendous lemon. A cobalt ingot. I see someone's been playing some Space Engineers. You have to let it escape. It was getting trapped by the top of the can. It is a decent game. Yeah, I need to get back to see what happened to my ship. I haven't seen it in like 5 days. It's probably blowing up. If my ship's blowing up, I'll change servers. So we can be together. That's good. Yeah. I used to play on the morning and then get off for the stream. Yeah, I should get back on it. I was watching some colonial show and I'm like, you know what? I haven't played this game in years. Get some good musket firing going. Been playing a bunch of Days Gone. That's not bad. It's definitely go here, beat up these guys, go there, but it doesn't feel as tiresome as Far Cry. So, not bad. And I do like their version of zombies, which they refer to as freaks. It's a nice balance between dumb, blind, and useless, slow moving, but they can also be aggressive and hostile and a threat. So they can play both sides. So it's good. I like it. Oh, oh, it's shooting out of the can. Well, Daisy is essentially modded Arma. So, or Operation Flashpoint, as it's originally called. Yeah, Daisy's much more realistic. Or I should say, sorry, Arma is much more realistic than Days Gone is. Plus, why would you want a motorcycle in a zombie apocalypse? Just a big thing that says, hey, come over here. Like, oh my God, they're attracted to noise and motion. And what's a motorcycle? Noise and motion, right? Like, jeez. I like, though, that weapons are useful, at least in Days Gone. Like, I started off, going 100% stealth, which is essentially any zombie apocalypse. And then it's like, oh, I can shoot a gun off as long as he's like 10 meters away and he won't hear it. And I'm like, okay, this makes things a lot easier. So really, guns are a double-edged sword. You start shooting and you attract all the zombies. But in this game, you only attract what's ever within like stone throw away. It's not going to pull them from the other side of the map kind of deal. Wherein, like, if you ever played Project Zomboid, you fire a gun, fuck, half the map comes visiting you, right? It's like, geez, don't ever fire a gun, ever. It's like a gun is a last resort, or you better have a car for a getaway. So it's like, never. Guns are loud. Yeah. So, anyways, so it's nice. At least now you get to use weapons on these guys. So it's pretty good. So definitely a console game, but it works. Yeah, we're still on the channel, so we did latch ourselves to the line. Look like we're gonna do a breakout, but we're still working the channel, working that pole. The same pole we've been working for an hour and 30 minutes. Nuts. The day shift at the stock market. He's just been working it. All right. I think they're going to try to keep it above 60 since that was their goal. Ah, damn. I put my horses on backwards. Okay, all fixed. All right, well, you have to remind me closer, Tom, if depending on how many people chat. Oh, you know it's not the apes that let you down. It was the Illuminati hedge fund dark pool 360 no scope. It's ladder attacks, right? Has nothing to do with the market just being itself. These guys are getting wrecked. Nothing beats a cannon on the side of a hill. They were trying to flank me. So for those that are new to combat, when you're being surrounded, the best thing to do is back up. And you're tightening the angle and you just keep backing up, backing up. You never let them get around you. You never want that. Oh, and we broke channel. And unless green pushes it back, better call the Titanic. Oh, no. The volume just went up. Oh, green's pushing. Okay. Oof. That volume was green then, not red. It's going to hold though. Nice. No. Nah, well, at least green's putting up a fight. And that's better. That's good. I think we're out of the clear now. Yeah. That was potentially pretty grim. All right. Well, let that run its course while I watch the stock. Yeah, that was pretty grim there for a second. But yeah, there was a high volume boost, and that wasn't red; it was green. So it stopped it. Someone really bought the dip. Well, I am fighting Afghanistan, I think, at the moment, so they're technically green. I tend to forget the numbers, but if you give it to me now and then give it to me again, that would be good. If you don't, I'll try to find it when I scroll up. But look at the watch list. That watch list is fuck. Like how are we gonna pull green out of our hat with that much blood? So, well, we'll see. It'll be interesting nonetheless. It beats paint drying days for sure. And those horses just got wrecked. Horses are much easier to hit with a cannonball. The only problem with them is they move quickly. I agree, TARDIS. Take the plunge. Jeez, my gunners have the accuracy of these horses. Brutal. They're hitting everything but.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Now, if we could just get to 18 in like less than 2 hours, I'd be making bank. And the pandemic is going to go on for another 10 hours. And everything is going right to hell. And my put pays out. Last minute clench. Breaking new lows. Well, it's like the guy saying the other day, I buy all the dips. And it's like, well, eventually one of the dips ain't going to pay out.
I don't know really how Kramer has a job, honestly. The guy, I guess it's because he's entertainment, right? It's the same reason why, Trey and Coors have got 30,000 people, right? It doesn't have to be right. It doesn't have to be accurate. It just has to be entertaining. Yeah. All right. So we're almost at horse time. So when I draw those lines on the bottom, I'm essentially shorthanding this basically. I draw the bottom, you can duplicate it generally to the top, and then you put a little buffer around it. But in this case, since I already got it on the screen, might as well use the real deal. Oh yeah, definitely. There'll always be another hype stock, right? And there'll always be another squeeze. But right now, you're seeing reality and gravity kick in. You can't have the Dow down almost 2%. Well, 1.5. Oh, okay, let's say 1.5%. And you just have a straight green day. We've done it, but it's difficult. So if we're seeing reduction in volume, I expect it to drag us into oblivion. But you can see we're buying the dips. We're trying to stop it. But we got 1 hour left to see how much gravity can do. But I think they're going to try to push to 60. That's their thing, right? Or I guess their goalpost. Yeah. Yeah, 54 is not too far off, Freedom. Speaking of motorcycles, there's one right outside my window. All right. Any other EOD bets since it's horse time? And Tom already took 60. Mr. Overkill. In the famous words of Tom, please write off. Don't worry, I think his number's a little high. No, the breakaway sect. The 60s. Ooh. Yeah. If green recovers shortly, then I think we're going to land here. If this keeps going, then we're trucking to freedom of culture. Yeah, I have TARDIS in there. But thank you. Yeah. Tom, TARDIS, G Stonk, and you, and Stacy in the clouds at 70. She's just looking down upon us with disappointment. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Now we're 1 hour out, so it's anyone's game. The whole watch list looks red. Yep, pretty much. So we'll see. No, then nice push. Where am I gonna be? I'm gonna take a gamble. Oh, the market's reacting. Apparently, they liked Biden talking. Yeah, we need some power with our sour. 58.90? Yeah, I already got him. He's right here. That's all good. It's all good. Yeah, and thanks for telling me the first time because it's good. Yeah, you're in there, Holly, in the clouds. Right there. Ugh, I might have to shift myself down if this keeps going. I'm expecting kind of a push, last minute push, but if it keeps following this channel, it's gonna sink. 60.31. I think a horse is about to get impaled by a rat. A horse on a steak. I am Jose Horse on a steak. I say nay in Spanish. Le nay. Or wait, la nay. Oh, damn horse got killed. All right. Are you keeping your numbers or are we going to shift these down? Or actually, I'll let you shift them before 10:30 or sorry, 15:30. We'll do it that way. We'll let it ride and then we'll shift since there's not a lot of people playing right now. We'll see how it goes. Stacy's way up there. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Jeez, if imagine we went down to like 18 right here. Oh my God, that'd be the biggest save to my bank account ever. That would be nuts. We are looking at a free fall. The volume's not quite there, but damn. I'm gonna just put in some non-playable characters to hedge you. Player 1, player 2, AI player 3. I think they're gonna try to keep it up though. I don't think we can go into a free fall without heavy resistance. The volume is somewhat there. We'll see though. We're at 200 million. If we go into a full crash, I would expect like 100 million in the next 40 minutes. But I don't think that's going to happen. No, don't buy now. No, I won't hold over the weekend. Not like this. Monday's probably good, but sorry, Howard. Go. No, it's all good. Dr. Overkill knows the drills. Mondays are always good, except when they're bad. But that's because of the hedgies, or the ladder attacks, or the dark pool, or Kramer, or and the list goes on, right? Yeah. Yeah, at least that's what's nice about these end of day bets. You can just YOLO. You don't lose anything and you gain everything. Lose me. Oh, that pirate ship's gonna wreck me. $62? Yeah, no, you're not in. I'll put you in now. Gonna relocate my bet to a more dismal number. 55. Yeah, it'd be pretty dismal. The volume is huge on the reds with the bid ask. It's like 10 times the selling pressure than it is the buying pressure. The spread's also gotten pretty big. Yeah, it's a 5-cent spread. Not huge, but you can see the spread up here, 10-cent spread. The market's getting thin. Now it's starting to tighten up. Oh, spoke too soon. So if it's huge spread, it means no one's selling or no one's buying. And my guess is everyone's selling, but no one is buying. Because, yeah, you got like 10 times the selling pressure than you have the buying pressure. But you'd think the shares would flood the market, and so the numbers would get small. But I guess if no one is buying, yeah, because the sell is pretty high, and then the buyers are shifting like 10 cents lower. Volume is nil. I think we're hovering for an impending crash. Buying pressure is picking up. Hard to tell. They're both taking turns on low volume, high volume. There's a push. Green's in control. Volume is low. And the sellers are coming back. Yeah, they're just taking turns blowing back and forth. Like there's 700 to 50, 1,600 to 50, 5,400 to 50. Like these are huge counter numbers, right? And green just ate that up. Damn. Interesting. We'll see how this plays out. But yeah, it's definitely low volume for the most part here. Well, he's not inherently wrong, right? Because that's exactly what I've been saying, right? You know, it's presumptuous to say that they're all flushing their money down the drain. But if you take the average Redditor, right, that's sticking it to the man, it's like, holy crap, they don't have a friggin' clue how the market even works. And they're sticking it to the man. And it's like, you're just retarded, right? So, yeah, I would have qualified instead of saying apes, I would have called them crayon eaters. But the point remains, it's not wrong. A lot of them are just fucking shooting money at this, and eventually they're going to get effed. But, you know, you don't have to say that every day because, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Like stocks can only go up, and it's like, oh God, no. Sweet. Morale broke. Whew. Yeah, not to shit on the post, but yeah. I mean, at least Kramer knows what he's talking about, a little bit. Yeah, he's making that Twitter post for, attention to some extent, but I can see where he's coming from. He's looking at Reddit from an outside perspective, and it's just like these guys are going to get effed hard. And, nobody wants to see someone thrown under a bus, right? So I can see where it's coming from. You feel the need to reach out. Like, that's why I started posting on AMC live chat, right? Like, half the people are just like, they're making the dumbest mistakes ever. And it's like, fuck. Yeah. So, it compelled me to try to put a band-aid on that, right? Now it's evolved into something else, but, I can definitely see where he's coming from. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah. I got some type of award. Wow. I sent out 284 troops. I took on 800 troops, lost 80. So I don't even know what that is, 1/4. And took out all 800. Frig. That is nuts. Oh, yeah, I sympathize with the idea, yeah. But it's not the market's fault, right? If you don't like big banks, then stop using them. If you don't like the system, stop putting money into it, right? And so it's not the market's fault. The market doesn't care, right? And so you can be filthy rich and you can stick it to the man. Go for it, right? But that requires, you to actually have money. Like I see all these people that are having like fractional shares, like 1,000th of a share, and it's like, what? And they're like, yeah, I'm sticking it to them. I'm like, you don't even have $50. Like, what are you doing? But you know, every bit counts, I guess. But they're caught up in the the ideologues, and they're missing the whole point. At least in my perspective. All right. So, any more? Yeah. Well, the easiest way you get you motivate people is to try to tell them that something's broken and that it's a threat to them if it continues, right? And so the sick and tired of being tired, well, you're not tired. You're just told you're tired. And I'm creating the environment that's bombarding you to make you tired so that you'll come to me for the answers so that I can then turn you in the direction I want you to go. Right. And that's like what Fox News does with fear. So, yeah, part of it is it exists, but 90% of it is you're putting yourself into that shithole and then you're living in it, right? Versus objectively stepping back and saying, woo, that's a shithole. Let's not play in it, right? So if you're going to try to post a link, you have to leave out the HTTPS, I guess. Yeah. Oh well. Tis what it is. Oh, the hedgies are coming for you, Overkill. Yeah, I got some pretty good lightning around me, but so far The hedgy lightning bolts haven't taken me out. I know they're trying though. If it's not the squirrels that eat my internet cables, it's going to be the weather controlled hedge fund space lasers. Well, I blame a lot on the Fire Nation because, when they attacked, everything changed. But second on that list is definitely hedge fund space lasers for sure. Okay. 59.98. 59. Yeah, that's Howard. I thought I wrote how tard. It looks like there was a T there. I'm like, whoops. Yeah. There's no T. No. It looks like it though. The W. I just noticed that too. I'm like, it's because Tom's there. It's Tom giving you the tard. It's how tard. You're overruling him. Yeah. Because I was like, why is there two numbers there? And then I'm like, it looks funny. Yeah, Tom's just getting eaten up. He's usurping your name now. I want those imaginary points. Yeah. Man, if we keep this up, I mean, eventually somebody's going to challenge Zeus's crown. But at this rate, although G Stonk, this will be his fourth win, wouldn't it? Or this is third win. How many wins you got, G-Stock? Because I can remember at least 2. And I think there was one before it. So if he wins again, that'd be 4th, I think. As for if this is the dip, I still won't touch this. It might take off. Might be the rip. But nah, I'm going to stay out of this. Yeah, green's doing a nice push. Going back to 60. They're going to try. Yeah. Oh, you updated your name, Trent. You're a visionary now. Very nice. He wins once, and now he's a visionary. Looks like Tom's getting a little pensed in there. And his name, you can't even see Tom. Now you can see Trent. Trent and Houtard. Yep. Well, if it's 60 or 62.9, it's all yours, Tom. At least Howard gets a little bit up and a little bit bottom. Although Tom gets, I guess, almost $1 and, or sorry, almost a penny and a penny down. Yeah, exactly. These are Hong Kong apartment prices. Would you like the sliver of a floor or a fractional of the floor? Oh, I'll take the ceiling light. The electricity. Good call. I finally got paid for my TV. Yay. Exactly. It was give a man a bank and he's rich for a day. Or no, rob a bank and you're rich for a day. Become the banker and you can rob for the rest of your life. There we go. Got to get it right. It's okay. I hope you're wrong. 0 bed, a half of a bath. It's just a cut bath. Oh, this is good. It's much better than when we had a 0.2 of a bath. I mean, that one didn't even come with the drain. Yeah, that one's a good one too, Tom. Whale. F to pay respects. Although I read the Russell's not going to add AMC, but it's adding GameStop. No scoped by YouTubers. Gonna shift up just a bit. It's funny how this company was like 3 billion in market cap, and now that we went ham on it, it's like 34 billion. It's like it's not its market cap. It's oh my god. Oh, I was just moving you up. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, if it's not too busy, I can move people. AMC equals Tesla. Yeah. They have that much impact on the world. Yep. Dr. Overkill's got it. The damn Asperger's. Oh, yeah, exactly. A little theater chain that meeks out, $1 billion a year, $1.5 billion a year, somehow got the same future as an automotive company that potentially is going to change the world. What was wrong with this bus? It's like dead at the lights, blocking the intersection. Now it's moving. Weird. There was just a bus sitting in the intersection. It's like, why? But I guess it was picking somebody up. Odd place to stop. So the lesson, Tom, is that you need to get the Asperger's, just like how Randy went and got his medical weed license. You need to go and get artistic, start painting, and then eventually you can crash the market. You got to think like a champ. Why let other people carry the mental illness when you could too? Yeah, exactly. Well, I was thinking microwaving your head, but you could microwave your balls. Yeah. I mean, that's what you got to do, right? Mom says to come in and stop microwaving your head. Tell her I know what I'm doing. I'm an adult. Yeah, exactly. That was a great episode. Just has to push it around in a wheelbarrow. Oh, so good. Like, just the absurdity. Like, okay, he's going to try to get a medical marijuana license. Got it. So what are we going to do? Okay. He's going to do something stupid. Okay. He's going to try to get cancer. Oh, okay. Uh, uh, Microwaves. Like, how could they pitch that? Like, well, I know how they can pitch that, but like, what's the thought process to get there? Like, you just throw a dart on the board. Randy, got it. Balls, got it. Microwave. Aha. I got something. It's just nuts. Hot. Oh, man. So we're in a mini pennant here. We'll break up or break down. Probably pretty soon. Gonna do a dollar push to 60. Let's see. Ooh. You're just trying for the keywords, Trent? The breakdown, if it's going to happen, is going to be under those two, the red and the green there. So right here, that will commit to a breakdown if it doesn't get pushed all the way back up. And here we go. In a ring of fire. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I'm bouncing off of the G stonk line. The G line. Which is essentially where we were. So we've just completed a kind of a dome shape. And we're bouncing off of the completion, which is normal. Normally it completes, goes to the next candle, then bounces, but in times of high volatility, although we're kind of stuck in the air, which is weird, we shouldn't be stuck. The frig? Oh, there we go. This should be red, although I don't really know what freezing in the air means, because the bounce didn't happen. And this gonna hold. Well, there's no red, so it's gonna try to push. A little red there, a little early on that one. Maybe we're going into slow-mo. So this is the bounce. We just kind of froze, had a stutter there. Yeah, it looks like it's pushing. Yeah. And then we should have a follow-up red that will slap this. That was the bounce. Then we have the reactionary red. Maybe my timing's just off here. Wow, not even moving. If this red's incapable of getting big, then it will continue up because that's the reactionary red that's supposed to slap it down. And it was muted. It was stopped basically. So then that is a continuation generally. Damn. TARDIS might get it right on the dot. Now it'd be awesome if G-Stonk just clenches it at the last minute. Or Howard, you never know. It floors it. Oh. Still anyone's game. Oh dear. How much time we got left? 6 minutes. 6 more candles. I'm not 100% sure on reverse repos and their implications, if I can sprechen the English. But in my limited knowledge, which is quite limited, all it is just IOUs and swapping money. So it's not a huge deal, but it's an indication that something is up or something is going wrong. So I believe when the feds decide that they want to collect them, if you will, you're looking at market uncertainty, negativity, and they're looking to buy back to increase stability, I think. But I don't know much about them, or at least how they operate or what they're used for offhand. Because I believe they're a means to control interest rates, right? So they're not. So instead of printing more money, they just print IOUs, and then your money is technically unmoved, right? I think is the purpose of them. Oh, man. 2 minutes to go. Give birth. Every time someone says that, all I can think of is Ace Ventura with the native lady that he pile drives and shoots the baby across the room. Okay, so I wasn't too far out. Yeah. Yeah, because liquidity is important. If you have a locked up market, it all goes to hell. And that's, a lot of the old school problems that markets had was a lack of liquidity. So as long as you just keep it all greased, even if it's going south, at least it's moving. If it gets locked up and seizes, it's done. So, yeah, so it's not inherently a bad thing, but of course, too much of anything, right? You flood the engine, if you will. Okay, this is the second last one. Why is this moved? This should be right here. Weird. Okay. I know. I made sure to put it on the right time, and then I just realized, what the hell? It's not even on the right time. Yeah. What a time to be alive. Well, they said back in 2014, the failed to delivers on the market was $200 billion a day. Just to give you a perspective. I forget what the number is for the average money moved on the market, but it's probably close to trillions. Tom's 3 trill? Okay. Yeah. And that's just US NASDAQ and New York Stock Exchange, I guess, not including the commodity exchange and mercantile exchange in Chicago. And all the derivatives and what have you. Yeah, 3 trills a lot. It's quite a bit. Oh, she's done. I was like waiting for it to move, and I was like, oh, she's done. Holy crap. That was a bit of a fight at the end. 59.42. So I guess that's TARDIS or sneaky freedom of culture if we want to give it to him. Think. 15. Yeah, it's 41, so it's under. Okay, then it's TARDIS it is. Congrats if he's here. I think he's working. All right. Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, it's I was watching it and I was like, "Oh, it's still got a minute." Yeah. It finishes before the finish line. Oh, you want to Yahoo it? Oh, sure, we could do that. Oh, what's this? 59 on Yahoo? Well, that's definitely TARDIS. Wow, what a price difference. That 23-cent difference. Yeah. All right. Well, regardless, rip your 401k, Tom. Rip. So TARDIS got it pretty close. Well, that is quite the week. I don't know what we are overall for the week. I think we're up. Let's go take a quick look. When do we start? We start at the 14th. So here to, we're up 13%. But yeah, it looks like we're treading water between these 2 points. And so, either we're going to do this or we're going to hit this and then, go like that. So eventually this is going to turn into a pennant shape at some point, and we'll have a decision to make. So that's next week's. Yeah. Either way, TARDIS wins. Yeah. Yeah, it's just because at the end, the price is moving, and eventually the corrected number will get distributed. But the number you see is each of the brokerages not guessing, but trying to give you the latest data. And it's not always accurate. Right. Yeah. Well, 50 is the floor, right? So we're pretty high up. So it did look like we were going to have a continuous kind of swing here. So it's quite possible we're going to, power shape and then try to get back up. And this here, has a strong continuation pattern as well. But we are starting to level out. So if we don't get that, then it becomes the beginning of the end, basically. If we do get our pushes, then of course we'll continue. So. Yep. All right. Well, see you next week. I'll see you on Discord or I'll see you Monday. Have a good one, and thanks for coming out, and thanks for the subs. They were delicious. Nom 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 nom. Yep.